Test 1 2, test 1 2. What are we seeing? You seeing anything? Looks like stuff is happening over there. What is the delay that we're seeing? Oh, I guess I should check sound. Switch to the opening. That should be correct. Let's see if I'm hearing sound from here. Starting in just a minute. Starting at 6 p.m. 6 p.m. Just situated. Let's see. Get my monitoring set up. Guess it works. Not sure my microphone placement is great. Okay. All right. Starting my live stream. My drink. I had a drink. Where did it go? All right. Let's do this. Check the monitoring. I don't hear anything. I guess that's good. Someone just have the levels lower. Excuse me. All right. There goes nothing. There goes nothing. Let's position this microphone a little bit more conveniently. And okay. All right, I think I am live. So welcome. It's been a while since I've streamed. Well, at least I streamed recently, but I've been wanting to get back into doing this. Today I'm doing Groundhog Day Resolutions report for September 9, 2023. And for those of you who are not familiar with this is a system of sorts I came up with back in, I think, 2007, where I set a bunch of goals and proceeded to fail at them for the next 14, 15 years. But I've gained a lot of insights from them. The one thing that I've managed to keep doing every year has been doing these monthly reports. So it's the basis of a lot of the practices I have these days. So let's get started. First thing that I'm going to have to look at is like just what I wrote last month. Let's see. It's a little bit hard to look at. Maybe I should switch to a different microphone setup because everything's kind of blocking the way here. So let's take a look. Boink, boink. So I'm going to look at to see what I wrote last month. Last month, what did I do? umpteenth. And you know what? I'm kind of lazy, so I'm going to actually use ChatGPT to summarize what I wrote last time because I'm too tired to read it. I know it's terrible, but it's actually kind of useful for these kind of things. I could scan it. Let's see. To recap, I had been convinced that the immediate tasks were building the colony. The colony is the sanctuary idea about having people, like minded, creative, supportive people, come together and, I guess, build a nice place to hang out and live and do things. Something like an intentional community, if you're familiar with that term. I think it might be cool. I'm not quite sure how it would work, but it's something that is keeping me going. It's keeping me driven toward, just not giving up, like giving up and like drying up like a dead leaf and just flowing away in the cosmos. So I guess last month. So yeah, last month, I was having a difficult time working. The beginning of August, I was like extremely low feeling because I had the sense that there was a lot of things that I had to do piling up, and not really feeling connected with anyone else to share those activities with, work wise. And so I felt very isolated. And I've learned over the years that when I feel that kind of disconnection between what I'm working on and the work itself, it's extremely hard to motivate. Um, it may not surprise you to know that I have been diagnosed with ADHD and also an exciting form of autism, or the combined version of it is what I think I have. Um, and so that is this need to have an external connection with other people to do the work that I do is something that I have seen other people write about with respect to having ADHD. And I think for kids, the mitigation is to have external moderating forces that help people keep on track. In my case, it's a little bit different. I mean, everyone who's on the spectrum is a little different, or is different, I should say. In my case, I know that I need to have that emotional connection with the work that I'm doing, and that needs to make sense. That's maybe more autism side stuff, and I need to have some externalized form of it in the form of connection to other people. So I guess I had written about a number of different things last month. Reducing open loops. I was using narrative journaling as a way of getting by the lack of people, conversational work partners. I essentially wrote an ongoing story about the work I was doing. I had to write this type of code that I then imagined, like, what if I was writing code in a spaceship in space for like cool reasons? And that was the that it may not seem like 100% like the most efficient way to do work, but it was the way I could do any work at all. So that was an important consideration. Uh, fight or flight responses by stressors, nutrition, and the decoupling from expectations of a normal sleep cycle. I'm kind of remembering things. It looks like I highlighted this. Instead of beating myself to jump straight into production and complete it as soon as possible, I can instead wait until the conditions are right. I can prepare shovel-ready plans and starter designs that show what is possible. Let the opportunities emerge as people come across them. Um, looking at this now, I'm thinking like, yeah, that's not going to happen. So, okay, the cool thing about this is the idea that if I am stuck on a project because I don't have the right people or don't have the time, I can instead create like a little plan, uh, gather up the things that I need for that plan to come to fruition, like the resources, having money to buy things for it, setting aside time, having a space to do it in. I just let it sit on the shelf And if when the opportunity arises, when the people do come along and want to work on that thing, then it's ready to go. I just jump right into it. There's no delay because delay will kill momentum. You can see like why I don't want to do this report. I am very scatterbrained today. I try to get these things out like around the time of the month that they are supposed to happen. So the pattern is like February 2nd, March 3rd, April 4th, and so on. The double days are really easy for me to remember that, okay, that's the day I'm supposed to do a report. I'll never remember something like, oh, it's the first week of February or something like that, or it's every third week. That never works for me. Um, but I do enjoy seeing like a double pattern. Like it's 5/5, May 5th, and also Groundhog Day is one of my favorite holidays. So it's nice that it goes along, not only with Groundhog Day on February 2nd, but also for January 1st, which is the traditional day when you make those New Year's resolutions. But I'm way too tired on January 1st to make any decisions. I'm still catching up from the previous year, so I'm not going to go. I need like a month to rest and figure out what I really want to do. So So here's the critical part. The month ahead, I had made a number of, I guess. Oh, I didn't do these at all, except the last one. Explore the option of live streaming. I guess I am doing that now. I didn't make reminder cards. I didn't draft the mission statement, although I arguably have been thinking about it. My perennial challenge is to get out of like here's a good idea and the actual doing stage. And actually, this past month, one thing I should write about is returning to the what do we call it? The 15-minute morning pushes. The idea behind these is you get with someone who also is stuck on something, is willing to commit the first 15 minutes of their working day to working on this stuck project, and then after that you've at least made that minimum commitment to yourself. You prioritized your own projects, um, instead of just doing stuff that other people wants you to do, things that you have to do, because it's so easy for someone like me to just get caught up in all the other things that people are asking me. So by making that little 15-minute commitment, that really does set the tone well for me. And I've been doing this for the past 3 weeks now, I think, and it's helped me in a lot of ways. It's regularized my schedule. It's helped make me feel more connected with things. Um, I think ultimately what it comes down to is I'm missing the actual just execution part, and that's always going to be hard for me because of the way my brain works. You have that ADHD squirrely brain. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to make a note here in this side thing. I don't know if this is legible. Let me go to the slightly larger screen. Can I make this bigger? I guess not. I don't know if this is legible. Um, I did update the streaming settings because my current computer, which is an M1 MacBook Pro, is actually capable of keeping up with all the stuff I have running right now. So anyway, let us make some notes. Notes from reviewing. I can't change this. Reviewing last month. Should sit up straight. Let's see. There is something. The appearance. I can set this to a larger font. That might be more legible. I guess it is. And we can also make this side a little bit bigger so you can see what I'm writing. It's probably about as big as I can make it. If not, you can just go to the website itself. This is on, if you go to dcshay.com, which you should see on this screen, you can see the GHDR report link that's there, and you can find the 881. And then we go back to the screen, which is this. Notes from reviewing. I'm not even going to bother to structure this because structuring right now is difficult. What am I trying to say? Right about the 15-minute pushes and the benefits thereof. I believe I actually did write those somewhere else, so I'm going to copy and paste them from Discord, where I had to put them down as a discussion element. Let's see. I'm just literally copying and pasting this. And I can massage this into text. This is from Discord. Okay, I will structure this on the fly. Writing topics. 15-minute pushes. And the stuff I didn't do. And this is where ChatGPT will come in handy. Let's see, where are the things? I had a strategy. These were the things I said I would do. There was a revised goal, creating reminder cards and articles. Since I didn't actually draft the mission statement, actually, I said these are no longer a to-do because I think I can just write these when someone asks for them. That makes sense. I try not to create too much pre-work for myself these days. Actually, I didn't even read this. The only goal here is drafting the mission statement. And I did note that I had existing material. It's a matter of just sitting it down and doing the gathering work. For moving forward, this is a matter of just gathering stuff into one place and sharing it. And maybe that's going to be through this live streaming thing. One thing I like about the live streaming is that it feels very immediate, and there's always a possibility that someone's going to be watching it. I mean, right now, no one's watching this, but that's fine because I can point other people to this later and say, "Yeah, you want to see how I put together one of these report things? Well, here it is." And then maybe I can edit this down to something that is a little bit more succinct. In fact, that reminds me, a little tangent. There, I got one of those clicker things. I don't know where I put it though. That was for video editing. I don't. It should be in this drawer, but I'm not sure why it's not in there. So, never mind that. Dropped because it will be an on-demand. I like the idea of on-demand. And the next revised goal was explore the option of live stream. I'm actually doing that. Hooray! So maybe things are okay. Let's see. I did print that out. Oh, offering collaborations. And I did do that. The 15-minute goal thing, or 15-minute in the morning push is a collab. I also started collaborating more in my local game development group. It's one I helped restart like several years ago, but I've dropped out of it because I realized I wasn't really interested in doing game development. But offering just to keep things moving, I think has been a good thing. SNHG, Southern New Hampshire Game Dev help or input again. And of course, I'm always doing stuff in the Coworking Discord. Let's see. Oh yeah, and then there was like also the big thing, which was the PDF maker software. Uh, this is software I need to make so I no longer have to do manual creation of the more complicated calendar products. For example, November is NaNoWriMo, and I always make the NaNoWriMo word counting calendar. It is a pain in the ass to make because of all the date specific calculations they have to hand enter into an InDesign template that I made. And then making all the color variations is a pain in the ass because InDesign doesn't let you do that kind of stuff automated unless you have buy a really expensive, you know, print facility license for their software, which I'm not going to do. Well, let's see. PDF makes our progress on that, and that worked well with the actual paying project work. I think an overall concern I had in the last month was just maintaining my emotional balance, um, not letting myself get overridden by this fear that I'm going to fall behind with my work responsibilities. And there was a very challenging thing that happened in early August. The first 2 weeks of that were like rather emotionally difficult for other reasons. Um, related to things that were just out of my control. But I had to make I had to dig deep for extra energy that I really didn't have because that's what I needed to do, given the situation involving multiple people. Like a general stress event. Like I suppose, like if a raccoon's invaded your attic, right? Just you've got to take care of the raccoons. It's something like that. You might not want to deal with the raccoons and clean up after the raccoons, but you can't not do it. I don't deal very well with those kind of things. Let's see. Let's see. Well, this might be possibly the very worst time of day to do this stream, which is kind of cool. Cool to know. All right, so that's generally what I got out of this just by scanning it. And I didn't do a very good job of reading it. But what I'm going to do is paste this into ChatGPT and ask it to summarize it as 10 bullet points. All right, and this will be fun, I think. How do I switch over though? Oh, what is this? I'm using Arc here, which is a different browser and has like the sidebar tabs, which are kind of cool, but it also they kind of hide. Let's see. I have a Chat GPT thing set up here, I think. All right, so let's make a new chat. Or actually, I have an old chat that I use that's just for this kind of stuff. Correct connected tree analyses. And this is what I did for the August one. I did a lot of stuff. All right. I've been referring to myself as the author in these. So I'm typing in September, or let's see. Is this the August one? This is the July. And so now, the thing to remember with ChatGPT is even though if you have these conversations saved, it's not actually remembering anything that you've typed in. It's just kind of a way to keep all of your questions related to each other in one place. But I need to re input all the data each time. Otherwise, it's going to not really work that well. So I put the author uh, provided the was that August 2023 report. Here is the text. Summarize, or I should just say summarize the let's say emotional tone to-do list items in the past and future, limiting them to a total of 10, and assess the plan of action as a summary, as a short summary. Let's see what this does. So here I pasted everything in. And this is ChatGPT 4, I think. No, this is 3. No, it is 4. Okay, good. And so now it's plowing through my text, summarizing it, and let's see how this compares to what I was saying before. Is it done? No, it's done already. All right. Can I make this bigger? Oops. What's going on? All right. So it says the emotional tone is one of self reflection and acknowledgement. There's an undercurrent of frustration about unmet goals and an ongoing struggle with productivity. However, it's also hopeful as the author is determined to understand and leverage their strengths and neurodiversity to find a strategy that works best for them. Isn't that lovely? To-do lists, past and future. Draft a mission statement, a strategy for the colony, create reminder cards, consider writing new articles, host design live streams. Did I say design live streams? Explore the design process via live streaming. In the future, continue to comprehensively write about ideas, improve and add content to websites that draw on like minded individuals, engage more in co-working Discord, start a habit of daily reflection on strategic horizons, reach out and offer collaboration more often, create software versions of blah. The author's new plan of action involves a shift from production to ideation. Instead of pressuring themselves to produce tangible outcomes quickly, they're focusing on leveraging their strength and generating and sharing ideas. That's an interesting take on it. I wouldn't have thought that. They're embracing their neurodiversity, and that's an incorrect usage of that term. And reframing their goals to better align with their cognitive strengths and needs. By decoupling the process of planning action, they hope they're like-minded. Yeah, this is a terrible summary. This is word salad produced by the Chat GPT's source material. Because this is such a common topic for people to write about, especially people who are more on the authoritative, I'm an expert side of things, but not neurodivergent. This is the kind of stuff they say statistically this is what would happen. It is including some of my own tokens in here, like co-working Discord and so forth. So this is this is a little bit disappointing. I'm trying to think of how I would craft this. Let me try again. Instead, summarize the main points as they occur through the article. Let's see if this gives a better flow. So here it's saying the author is engaged in ongoing self-reflection about their productivity. Yes. There's an acknowledgement of frustration with previous strategy. Yes. There's a nod to ADHD, neurodiversity. Are people keep doing this? Well, I guess that technically is okay. And their impact on productivity. And then those past attempts and approaches, creating reminder cards, design live streams. I guess I did say design live streams. I had to double check that. So I'm going to say, I'm going to pull these two things. So I'm going to recast these. Thought from ChatGPT review. There are the reminder cards. this is a way of producing shareable media. And producing shareable media is a strategy for creating engagement. It's also useful, but it's what I use anyway. Whoops. This is my timer for some meat I'm smoking. So I'm going to set this for another 30 minutes. Let's see. Hey Siri, set timer for 30 minutes.
30 minutes, starting now.
All right. Anyway, so maintaining emotional balance. Where was I? I think I'll just okay, and then the drafting the mission statement for the colony. That is a way of creating engagement also on a personal level. So that's like to, and then experimentation with design live streams. And that's also a way of creating engagement. So these are all ways of increasing surface area. Increasing surface area for contact with me through my useful materials and just being seen. Because this is the only way that exciting new things and opportunities arise. Like a long time belief that I have, a general tactic. Writing new articles. That's about creating new audiences to engage with, because I haven't been writing for such a long time. And there's platform considerations too. Like, I would love to do TikTok videos if I figure that stuff out. There's some immediacy to them that I like. I think blogging is kind of dead, so I need to find some sort of engagement platform. It might not be TikTok, or it may not matter. The important thing is to write the stuff first. And to write the stuff first, I need to be, I hate to say this, I have to feel inspired to make the connection when the connection is there, and that I cannot do in a vacuum. I've tried for like 20 or 30 years to do this. I have to admit that I am externally motivated when it comes to these kind of things. I have strongly held beliefs about why that's important, but it's very difficult for me to engage in a vacuum, or to engage myself when there is no vacuum. Although weirdly, things like this, like I'm live streaming now to nobody. This is strangely interesting because it feels like something. I'm not sure what, but it's something. So let's see. I'm saying feel seen, little exciting, opportunities arise. I'll just leave it at that. So I'm recognizing that setting up production-oriented strategy hasn't been fruitful. Here I'm saying that. What am I saying? Let me just read it out. Recognizing that setting a production-oriented strategy hasn't been fruitful. That's generally that. It's difficult for me just to mindlessly follow a series of steps when there is no immediate application by somebody else involved. I need to see my work being engaged with by people for it to feel meaningful. Otherwise, it's as interesting as it might be on a technical level. It ultimately is just a battery drain. It doesn't give me any source of enjoyment. Realization of a strength in ideation, coming with ideas, and the power of meaningful conversation. That's touching on what I just said, and recognizing that ideation, given someone asking a question, really works well with me. I love doing that. So I'm going to just say ideation with other people is one of my great strengths, I think. And that's something to build on. Well, see, the last one was understanding the importance of aligning their neurodiversity rather than working with it. Okay. Working with my ADHD, ASD, let's call them traits, is essential as those like production oriented strategies that are based on small steps and consistent focus. Well, that's a challenge thing. It's like asking a gas to be an ice cube. So it's like, you know what? Things would be much better, gas, if you were not a gas. Why don't you try being a liquid? It says, sure, I could try being a liquid. I just need 100 atmospheres of pressure to kind of keep me to, all right, so now you're a liquid. So now go outside and do all the things. I need all this 100 atmosphere pressure stuff around me. I can't just run around with that. It's one of those kind of things. It's an incorrect, it's a miss. No, it's just dumb. I mean, it's hard to imagine how other people's difficulties impact them if you don't have that experience yourself, which is a general truism, I would say. I just got whatever this drink is up my nose. Yay. Let's see. I'm gonna call this section here. This was under learnings and self realizations. I'm gonna put this as what? 36 minutes. Is this thing still streaming? It looks like it kicked me out. No? Is it moving? Oh, okay, it's moving. Why is it? Oh, that's a different thing. Just check out there's no views. This is great. Let's see. Let's see. This section here, I am saying, let's call these insights. Call this ChatGPT review. Let's give it a title. Stuff I didn't do or did do. Oops, wrong thing. Let's see. I'm gonna call this stuff to definitely write about. And where was I on this? Let's look at this revised plan of action. Did I actually say shift focus from production to ideation? If I to interpret that now, I think that means that the idea is the product rather than the implementation. Let me revise plan of action. So shift from production, shift focus from production to ideation. This really is about. I think this means the idea is the product, and that's fine. Decoupling the processes of planning and action. I think the context for that was I didn't need to do the thing I just planned. I have a tendency when I plan something for me to feel that it is legitimate, is I actually have to start doing it and produce results, and I'm stopping myself from doing that because there is the lack of the motivating force, the other people to work with. It's like the chicken and an egg. I can come up with a great plan that is plausible and doable, but it's hard for me to just do it by myself. Um, it's not. It feels more like a prison than it seems like something that's enjoyable. Um, and I can do that, but it's extremely expensive. It drains my battery, so I'm really trying to find more energy sources to maintain things. Decoupling. So let me finish my thought. Decoupling processes of planning and action. I'll rewrite that as separate projects or separate tasks. Sharing the planning or having the planning ready is sufficient. Let's see. Emphasis on more comprehensive writing from ideas to attract for like-minded individuals. Writing and sharing ideas, plans is attractive to like-minded people, hopefully competent ones who want to contribute. And I said, focus on improving website content to create a hub for collaborations. That's kind of a longer term thing. That's a platform goal. Let me skip that for now. Increasing participation in the Coworking Discord community. Introduction of a daily reflection habit to keep track of strategies and goals. That's probably a good idea. That fell off of my plate. I would say that I think that the 15-minute a day push thing has been helping, but I haven't been overall even weekly tracking, which I think I probably should do. Introduce weekly tracking again. And so it would make actually these reports go better. I do have a form of weekly tracking, but it's only work related stuff. Oh, it looks like it's going to rain. Let's see. Just putting this introduce weekly tracking again. Plan to reach out proactive to collaborators. Digitize the stuff with PDF. PDF. 15-minute pushes. Let's see. There is a focus here. So I'm looking for these emphasis. So these are the ones. These 4 things. Focus on improving website content to create a hub, participation in co-working community, productive daily reflection habit, reach out proactive for collaborations. I am going to ask ChatGPT to look for the shared themes. What are the shared themes and these bullet points describing a plan of action? I'm not sure I really need to focus or oops, bullet them. I'm not sure what ChatGPT will say about this, but it'll be interesting to see. Describes a plan of action are attracting collaborative partners. So okay, they've said collaboration, community engagement, idea centric approach, separation of planning and execution, self reflection, and strategy alignment. And so I'm going to ask ChatGPT how. So these 4 different points. Let's see. How would you describe the priorities of the author given the most important priority is redundant given the text provided in this session. I'm just curious to see what ChatGPT is going to word salad out. Priorities of the author can be described as valuing ideation of production, promotional collaborative efforts, engaging community building. Let's see, continuous self reflection, goal line, proactiveness, and networking. That's an interesting thing. Proactiveness is something I would not have described, but I think that is what I'm trying to do. So let's see this specifically. Valuing ideational production. The author emphasizes the importance of generating discussing ideas rather than merely producing. So I'm curious, why do you think the author believes that generating and discussing ideas is more important than producing content or products? This, and I'm going to challenge Chappie, this seems more counterproductive or delusional than a sound strategy. What justifications might make this seem logical? I wonder what ChatGPT will say. Well, the given text does not provide explicit reasons for the author's belief in valuing ideational production. Several justifications could make a strategy logical depending on the context. Quality over quantity, something. Adaptability in a rapidly changing world, building a collaborative culture, avoiding resource waste, nurturing creativity and innovation. These are all very like high level things. Um, Interestingly, earlier on in this conversation, it actually had a much more different impression of the author. Excuse me. And I should maybe re input or capture and re input that stuff because I think it did a very good job of it. Um, Trying to think of how I would do that. So I don't think this is a very fruitful thing, but seeing what it thinks I'm saying or thinks what I'm important to me helps me identify things that actually are. So it's kind of a bust on its evaluation of this. So if I were to ask myself, you know, um, I'm going to say summarize just the titles of the previous bullet points of priorities as a bulleted list. I think you're just going to copy and paste that into. So I'm copying and pasting this into my Thinky doc. Let's see. Let's make that thinking about priorities. And this is what's from ChatGPT. Oh wait, that's not the right ones. Those are the that's the ones that it just did. I don't want those. Those aren't right. I need to reset this. Summarize the titles of the authors' priorities as a bulleted list. Oops. Save and submit. Regenerate. Let's see if this does what I want it to. No, now it's making shit up again. I'll just do this manually. Although this maybe is also an interesting list. Originally, it said collaboration, community engagement, idea centric approach, separation of planning and execution, self oriented, productive. Whereas, these, I think these results are affected by the previous question. So that's interesting to know. So Just going to go on top, back up here in my Typora document and remove these things rather than re-inputting the text. All right, so here, let's get rid of this stuff too. Collaboration, community engagement, idea centric approach, separation of planning and execution, self reflection, and strategy alignment. So those aren't quite what are important to me, but else modified, pose priorities. So I'm going to rewrite this one as engaging with people from more sources. And that's like a writing, in person, maybe streaming. And the why this is important. This is how I actually become energized to work and finish things. The idea centric approach. The reason for this is not that idea centric approaches are better, but it's they're easier to produce. They're easier to, like, ideas are like a dime a dozen. They're easier to produce at high quality through writing and sharing. And for me, they are anyway. Through writing and serve as ways to attract people from more sources for increased engagement. This also requires some management approach, I think, to make that work. Separating from planning and execution. This recognizes that this goes along with the idea centric approach. This is, what's the term? Not compatible. It's the supports, co supports, synergizes oh, with idea centric approach, providing a reason, a rationale for not immediately doing the thing that was planned or ideated. In the past, I devalued ideas, plans in favor of finishing things, which I found really hard to do. This is an ADHD, ASD mitigation to be kinder to myself and not expect to do so many things so quickly and feel like I'm failing all the time. That might be the key thing. Self-reflection and strategy alignment. This is actually different. This is about finding this is again about finding synergies, but finding synergies with experience and work between my emotional state and let's say, euphoria about life with respect to the handful of priority tasks that I've selected that happen to fulfill the greater strategy of the colony and engaging people, or let's say, not engagement is not engagement is like the first step. The second step is to have working collaborations, and these are great working collaborations, not just any great. I think that's fine for now, and also financial um, security. Those are the three main things I think that are on my mind. The colony is, let's call it the colony sanctuary. Colony means is the overall collection of things. The sanctuary part is more about supporting things and nurturing things. I want to make sure that that's in there because that is an important emotional aspect of why I want to do these things. Great working collaborations is related to that. Financial security is related to me being able to participate. It's financial to pursue full time. There is one other thing too, which is balancing this with work um, responsibilities that do not have my priorities and finding those synergies is also part of the work. So I think these are actually the important concepts that draw out of that. That's worth this thing. I swear, Typora has like this weird problem with the bullet points. So I think that gives me something to work with. Let's see. Let me go up to the stuff to definitely write about. And I have an idea. What the heck? I have an idea. Let me, what is going on with this thing? 15 PDF maker. That's a specific project. Let me think about what's weekly tracking again. Actually, let me move this down. Oops. Weekly tracking to ensure that we're hitting all the above. How does this compare with the beginning of the goals? Let's see. Where's my printout for that? I can't find it. Where'd it go? Why is my email address showing down here? It's annoying. Oops, that's not what I want to do. So, do I want to close that or want to keep it open? I think for right now, what I want to do is no, I wanted to look at the past one. So let's go back to dcsa.com. I guess I already had it open. So I should look at this again. Icon says this is a PDF. I thought I had a printout of it somewhere. It's not here. Let's just print it again. So this was the starting stuff for Groundhog Day Resolution in 2023, and I want to compare that to what's here on the right side. So we had, I really messed this up. They were so there is the colony, there's articulation of self, there's overarching doctrine. So a lot of these are the same. Oops. Okay. And I think largely this is just fitting inside everything I've had so far. A question that I have, though, the question I have is, how have what, I mean, am I actually making progress on any of these things? It seems like I keep jumping from insight to insight, but not relatively little seems to be getting done, but I think I might have a warped idea of what that looks like. So how would I express that? I keep thinking that I'm jumping around ideas instead of producing something. What would be an example of something produced? And that would be, articles, website downloads, um, active collaborations, software produced, um, that have engaged people, active collaborations that are producing results, software produced. These are all production things, but on some level. However, the type of production produce good differ because we have things like articles, webs. Articles can be about ideas. I actually don't have a format for that. This might be a new live stream video host persona that is aspirational in its presentation rather than factual, as I tend to be when producing documents for other people. I mean, this is sort of related about being entertaining and being, someone that people want to engage with because it's me, not because I have value, which is another thing that I was worried about this past month. I was wondering if that might be worth exploring too. I was concerned about people's reasons for wanting to engage with me at all, presuming that something associated with me caught their attention. My base assumption has been that it's only if I have something that benefits them. The default thought is that I am only interesting for what I can do for them, sell to them, or customize for them. It's not personal. or meaningful um, on a it's more of like a sales thing or transactional, or of a pleasant transaction at best. I mean, that is a value. This is a legit value. And I can deliver some things in that line. The aspirational thought, which I have difficulty believing is even possible, which I have difficulty believing in, is that people just like me for how I act and talk about things. My personality, my energy. This probably is the more important thing because it's related to engagement. This might be the hard thing that I need to develop with all the new engagement stuff. This is less about and then there's like the leadership thought, which is something that I've been reluctant to take on. Which is to take responsibility for leading and engaging, or let's say for what's the term? Not husbanding, more doing the planning and guidance for me and other people, rather than hope that everyone can figure it out. And are capable of communicating their needs and intentions clearly without falling into an emotional let's phrase this more positively, clearly within a shared or a strongly held model of creating safety and I know that people can't do this in general. That's just something that I can sometimes do, but I tend not to because I always felt like a weirdo for having these ideas. This is sort of an autism thing too. I mean, there's a particular way and model I have of the world that is pretty intricate that involves everybody else, but I don't have the authority, I think, most of the time to do that. It's more like I just end up doing it. I end up taking on responsibility, but not the mantle of leadership or authority. Can I do this for the sake of guiding the colony? I think I have to. This is related to the envoy stuff. White chatter. I think I wrote about that previously. So let me see if I can find it. Let's see. When did I mention envoy in my site? In July. Let's see what I said. Let me copy and paste this into ChatGPT also and see if it can find it for me. Let's see. Where is that conversation? Did I close it? No. It's got to be up here somewhere. Oh, here it is. How come this is... Move this back in here. In the following text from July 2023, the author talks about being an envoy. I think so, at least. Let me double check that. Is envoy in here? Is that the only time I wrote it? There's more text about this. Where did I put that? Let me check my maybe it's in here. Oh, no. I wrote this thing called the Envoy of the Moon. And for some reason, it is not in my text. That's interesting. Where did I write about this? I better grab that. I think I know where it might be. Envoy. When did I do this? Trying to find the earliest. Oh, okay. I actually wrote about it in a thread. Okay, what I need to do is, I think, make a new entry in my system, which is, I think, constructs, maybe? I did write about constructs. Construct theory. Let's add this. Envoy of the Moon. How do I describe the envoy movement? A version of Sri that represents the colony. Okay, so now I need to make a garden new squirk envoy of the moon, MD. Envoy of the moon. I just spread this stuff out. This is not readable. I'll just note this. Let's run this from Discord, and I'm just copying and pasting this text in. Sri, and then else, Paradactyl. This is an idea. Oops. It's cross-linking this in my KMS. This would have been in Squirk construct theory. This is maybe boring to watch me do, but this is a representation of what I actually do with these reports. Let's see. Actually, this I want to grab the actual. I had found this to be an interesting thread one. Let's see. There's a lot of stuff in here. Oh, wait. Let's see. This is not detail. This is the roles of the Moon Envoy. Update, masking. This gets back into HCICs. Agency. An identity. Yes. Good. So this is the actual Moon Envoy stuff. And I think that's okay. Let's take a look and see. Do I have Garten open? So there's Garten. This is the staging server. I don't think it's actually going to create the new entry for this though. I actually do need to refactor this. This is the concepts, I think. No tropes. Squirk. Does it show up here? No, because I actually need to rerun the builder. Okay, so Envoy of the Moon is what it's called. And I think that's fine. Let me rerun the build. Then we should be able to see it. It'll take a little bit. Then I'm going to take a break and check on my. It's done. I'm going to check on my stuff upstairs. Let's see if that's done. I have some country style pork ribs in the smoker. All right, so let's take a look at this. What does it look like? It's under tropes, I think, or actually I can just see all the recent updates. Envoy the Moon is here. And here is that text that I can work with. So that's good. It's good to have this in my KMS. All right, so how long have we been on this thing? Is it still even running? Concurrent viewers. No one's watched us at all, which is great. I wonder if it's not being maybe it doesn't. Maybe it's because it's unlisted. It doesn't appear anywhere, so no one knows this is happening. But that's all right. I did post on Mastodon and in my own chat room here that I was doing this, but it's Saturday. It's raining. It's dark out. It's 7 o'clock. It's already dark. That's super depressing. But I think we're making some progress. I started this at 6. It's been about an hour and 15 minutes. So that's all right. Let me make a note somewhere. So let me open up my tasks thing. And let's make some bulleted lists here. This is review the August 8th report. Or let's call this deconstruct. Find the themes. Reflect on the themes with regards to how I'm feeling. Or from last month. Let's say find the themes. Excuse me. So what I'm trying to do is find the themes, the connecting themes, I guess. So I think we've done these two first things. I guess come up with an approach. Find the key takeaways. And then there's like, structure, the argument, the presentation. Write the report. And finally find. Oh, wait, I also need to. There's one last data collection thing. Data collection, media review. Right. So the look at all the photos and posts. Look at timesheets. Look at writing in main discard. Let's find a suitable graphic. Right, so these are the steps that are remaining. To do with this production thing. And what I should do here is make some timestamps. I started at 6 p.m. Finish 7:30 p.m. or 7:15 p.m. I'm making some notes in here so I can see how long this actually took. And so now I'm going to take a break. And I'm going to check things out. It won't be too long. So what I'll do is I will be back. Do I have a be right back thing? Actually, let me do this. Instead, I'm going to go here into this mode. What's this supposed to show me the chat window? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong screen this way. So the chat window. I'll just put break. We'll call it a bio break. Bio break back at 7:30 p.m. Let's see, and tasks up. It should update the thing on the right side of the screen. Hopefully. What does it say? It's too small to read. That's the old one. Rebuilding. Pushing it up. It should auto refresh. Let's hide that bottom camera too. You don't need to see that. There. Oh, it's not showing Pro Bake. Break bake. Return. Oh, that gives me about 8 minutes. And I'm not sure why the rest of the stuff is not. This says data collection. You know, it's all going into one thing. Okay, this might work. What if it fixed it? Let's see if this actually live updates. Should like I think it's like on a 15-second refresh. Okay, that actually worked. Good. All right, I will be right back. Nico Bus will keep you company until I'm back. No, it's not working. Oh, maybe I can just move my cameras around. There. We'll be back in a second. Should grab my phone. So, that's not me. I guess maybe this works. So, this is what I was smoking. It's a country style pork rib. Interestingly, thing that these didn't actually get to my target temperature. The These stalled out at 160, 170 Fahrenheit, which is not enough to make it pull apart. So I actually crushed the rest of them, which is I wrapped them in foil, put them into the smoker again, which is an electric smoker with some limited capability, and to bring those up to 195. Hopefully that will be more softer. I'm gonna see what this tastes like at 170. I think it's gonna be too chewy. It is quite dry now. Actually, it's lost a lot of moisture. What does it taste like? I think it really needs some sort of sauce on it. It's not. It does have a good. It has a good flavor inside. It's not hammy tasting, which is what I was worried about. I made the dry rub by winging it, basically brown sugar, salt, and then I think a little bit of garam masala, garlic powder, some MSG. So this might be good for a stir fry. If I cut this up, or so that was my dinner. Initially, I thought it didn't have a good, like a strong enough flavor. It is a little more on the subtle side. I think typically you would have more of a sauce on this. It is very savory. I'm wondering what kind of sauce would go on this. Come on, focus. 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 Yeah. Yeah, you can do it. Focus. 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 Oh, there it goes. It has to be right in the middle. That doesn't look terrible. I'll just gnaw on that. This is pretty good. I love some French fries and some coleslaw. Maybe with I'm thinking like a yuzu based sauce, or maybe a plum sauce. Maybe a spicy plum sauce with some citrus in it. Something to think about. I'll do a food stream sometime. Oh, I am really hungry. Did I eat today? I think I had some some leftover beans. All right. It's been about 90 minutes since I started this thing. Am I have any hope of finishing this before midnight? I don't know. Maybe. I am new, so my computer is running at 91 degrees Celsius, which is pretty hot. But I am running so much stuff. I mean, like, there's. So I have like multiple cameras. I have OBS running over here. I have this thing monitoring YouTube. I am running all kinds of crap in the background and streaming and all this stuff. But it's actually holding up pretty well. 9 degrees is pretty hot, but the amount of I/O that this is processing is kind of incredible. All right, where did we leave off? We've update this thing. Let's remove the bio break thing, and let's fix that, and then let's push up that change. That bio break should go away momentarily. There it goes. We're on data collection. Find the key takeaways. So, what I think I might do for that, let's call this 1945 or 7:45 p.m. start. I'm doing updating. Just still updating this. So the key takeaway line is going to say when I started, because I'm tracking this to see how long it takes. And I'm going to eat another piece of meat. Give it 9 minutes. If there's anyone in here, they could ask me questions, but there isn't. So I get just to stuff my face. Maybe edit this out later. Oh, it's going. It should be going. Apparently people can't see this. Let me see why that is. Thought I was live. Apparently I'm not. Maybe that's why no one can see this thing. Is it because it's unlisted? Cancel. Why can't people see this? Play on TV, subtitle. That's weird. Manage videos. Live. Okay, so I guess it's. I guess I better update Mastodon now. So apparently I screwed this up and didn't. I thought that this would show up in the live stream link thing, but it's not. So I'm going to have to figure out what is up with that. Let's see. All right. Apparently, my earlier link doesn't show live streams, but that are in progress. So here's the current GHD report stream on YouTube. Oops, I guess it doesn't show. About 90 minutes in, starting the analysis synthesis phase. Okay, I've updated Mastodon. It's about 740. I am going to make another what am I saying? All right, so since no one's in here, I can actually kind of like relax and eat things. So the next phase, according to this thing, is, what did I say? This is why I write things down, because my memory sucks. God, this is the wrong screen. I meant to be on this screen. Find the key takeaways. Right. What my plan was to paste everything I put in the that Typora document into ChatGPT and having it summarize it again for me, and just see what it spits out. This isn't the same as having it write it for me. I'm using it sort of as a sounding board. That's strange. Okay, so this is all this text. Probably shouldn't chew. What I'm going to do actually is I'm going to precede ChatGPT with the information about being on an Envoy, and then I'm going to paste in the GHDR raw report notes, and then ask it to interpret them given the Envoy as a kind of the staging thing. So here's the Envoy code, or the Envoy notes. And, oops, arc. I'm going to say, summarize the key points from the perspective of the author, and contrast that with what would be considered a more traditional approach to defining ideals. I'll just leave it as traditional approach and be purposely vague, just to see what this comes up with. So I'm pasting this in. Uh-oh. I'll just try again later. Oh no, I broke it. Let me just do this. Does it think I am? Oh, that's annoying. Didn't like it that I was doing that. I guess it did work. Okay, so author's perspective. The author's frustration, discomfort, intense need for this, sensory compatible constructs, the moon envoy. Okay, this just sort of boilerplate. Normally, people might handle differences of frustration either by comforting the issue directly, avoiding the issue thing. Instead, constructs focus on self-development and interpersonal skills. Traditional approach, seeking feedback from peers. Sensory sensitivity is associated with conditions like autism spectrum disorder. In essence, while the author's method is unique and highly personalized, using constructs as a mechanism to interface with the world, the traditional approach typically revolves around self-improvement and seeking external resources for understanding. That's because they're idiots. Can't trust them. That's the point. But that's why it's the traditional approach. Let me just ask it to summarize. What am I summary? The qualities and capabilities of the moon envoy as described by the author as a bulleted list. Separate the author's description from additional commentary that you may have. Let's see what this does. Mysterious, detached yet caring, patient, ambassadorial, welcoming, desirable as a companion or mentor, curated self-generated oral understanding, and developer. Okay. I didn't separate the thing. There is no additional commentary. I didn't seem to understand that. Is there an archetype or or concept from psychology that fits the author's description of a moon envoy? I'm attempting to cross-reference existing literature. This is interesting. The author's description of the moon envoy is complex and multifaceted, drawing upon themes of understanding, mediation, and self-preservation. And it's pulling up Jungian archetypes like there's the wise old woman, the mother, the mediator, which is the ENFP personality type, which is totally how I type. Empath, which is also a thing that mask and persona. Those are all qualities that really are important to me. So the mediator, empath, and mask/persona are all strongly associated with the author's known perspective on life. Indeed, she is an INFP. With its J alternative processing mode that arises. It is theorized that the Dave persona or construct mentioned by the author is is the int j expression, while Sri construct is the INFP expression of the author. I'll just make that as a commentary and see what ChatGPT thinks of this. This provides a more nuanced understanding of the author's personal construct. Given this added context, it becomes clear that the author is engaging in deep self-exploration as creating constructs that embody different aspects or facets of her own psyche. And that's giving me an MBITI thing. The Moon Envoy construct as an evolution of Sri might be an amalgamation or higher synthesis of these personality facets. It could be seen as an advanced mode that aims to harmoniously integrate different parts of the author's personality, allowing her to interface with the world in a way that feels both authentic and adaptive. This construct embodies wisdom, patience, and understanding while retaining a sense of purpose and individuality. All right, so now I've seeded ChatGPT with stuff, and now I'm going to paste this text in. Oh crap! What happened? Okay. Let's see. Author provides these raw notes regarding her current self-development initiatives along the lines of 3 main ideas. And the ideas are, what did I say they were? Again, I'm still trying to seed ChatGPT. Engaging with more people from more sources. Separating the value of ideas and execution produced as different as, let's see, value of a project into 2 independent benefits that can be shared: ideas and product, or it's called tangible product. Because as an ADHD plus ASD individual, she knows she requires constant conversation and input to impart meaning, and through that, motivational energy to work, to be productive in some way. This is in alignment with her INFP tendency or traits, where meaningful work is a primary motivator. So let's see, self-reflection and alignment. Balancing this need for creating the conditions for being productive, and as in the first point, and making the production of useful items that can be shared, the let's see, those are ideas in written form, products as deliverable transactions, or as physical deliverable or physical deliverables that can be transacted between people. With work obligations that do not share her primary requirements and working. Not sure that makes sense, but it's an idea. The text, the raw text follows this paragraph. Let's see. I wonder if this will fit. I think the ChatGPT has increased its number of tokens. 1. I'm taking a while to structure this input because I'm also synthesizing my thoughts to the end of input. All right, let's see what this will even process. All right, so the authors and initiatives are dense with self-awareness, strategic thinking, and plans for self-improvement, especially in relation to her ADHD, SD, and MBTI traits. There's a structured summary of her main points. Increase engagement with diverse people. The author with ADHD and ASD traits needs constant interaction to derive meaning. That's a good way of putting it. I do need constant interaction. Oh, did my stream just die? I can't tell. It looks like it did die. Oh no, is it still going? It looks like it stopped. No, did it stop? No, it's still going. That's good. Scary. Main idea is increasing to primary motivator. Separate project value. Different the value project brings in 2 categories, ideas. That's why just input. Balancing goals and reflections. Aggregate thoughts and share them. Live intrinsic curiosity. That's an interesting pull. Reminder cards and articles. Okay, this is actually literally what I typed into it. Chat. Okay, here's the actual review. The author aims to increase her visibility and availability to new opportunities. Different strategies considering. Meh. Insights. Insight with issues. Strategy. Priorities. Engaging with people in more sources. Idea-centric approach. Question. Perceived value of the transactional. That's okay. So it has the idea of a moon envoy. It has the idea of these things. It has like this idea of 3 separate things. Let's see if ChatGPT can synthesize this into something. But how would I try to approach that? Let's see if it can generate a character based on the moon envoy. Synthesize a character. How would I describe this? What do I really want out of my Groundhog Day resolutions report? I want to know where I've come from. I want to know if I'm on track. And I also want to know how to structure my next tasks. Let me type that in. And additional context for why the author is thinking about this stuff. About this stuff. She is doing a monthly review and is attempting to answer these three questions. One, what was important to me last month? Did I achieve any meaningful progress in my main goals, my main action and goals of improving engagement, production of product, and ideas shared, and sharing ideas of value. Um, what should what prior what concrete tasks can she oops, I forgot to in her what concrete can she prioritize given her ADHD, INFP, ASD mindset, or mindset's not the right word. What would you call this? It's personality? I'll say requirements for mediation in the next month. Let's just put that in there and see what ChatGPT thinks about this text. Oh, it's actually trying to summarize it for me. That's interesting. It's just repeating things. Mm-hmm. It really is just repeating stuff that I'm saying. But it's good to actually just see this because it gives me an idea of what to see. So the concrete tasks are important. 15-minute pushes, separate plan execution. This is still not right. Let's say hypothesize how a fictional character with the with the uh, with the archetype construct archetype the moon envoy might design, select, and design a number of concrete tasks to do to reach the author's stated goals. Hypothesize. Write a description of the character, including any details that seem plausible or relatable to a contemporary audience. Um, then provide a plot outline that covers a month of her activity, of the fictional characters, given all the. Try to condense multiple facets of the author into tropes that can be understood in movie audience terms with a graduate level of education. What is it going to do? I don't know. Name Leora Moon. Early 30s, tall with an ethereal presence, silver blue eyes, and seemed to capture the essence of the moon. That is highly amusing. I feel bad that like all this text is being stolen from text archives across the internet, but I don't know. This is hilarious. Leora hails from a lineage of moon envoys, celestial mediators who journey to Earth during moments of profound personal introspection to guide humans in seeking clarity. While her ancestors worked as leaders and kings, Leora's mission is unique. She's chosen to help ordinary individuals navigate the intricacies of modern life, leveraging ancient wisdom. Skills and ability, profound empathic or empathetic abilities, allow her to feel other people's emotions deeply. That's actually something I actually have to mediate in myself. The essence of a person's strengths, struggles, and dreams and symbolic visions, yes, can influence dreams, offering guidance through subconscious cues. That's actually what being a designer is. An uncanny talent for organization using both mystical and modern productivity tools. Um, this kind of is me a lot in a lot of ways. This last part, proficiency with technology, specifically AI and modern productivity apps, are things I'm trying to develop. Plot outline: a month with the Moon Envoy. Leora descends to Earth on the eve of a lunar eclipse. She has been called upon by an ethereal force that senses a soul in need. Our author. Oh, that's sweet. The two meet in a dream where Leora introduces herself and explains her mission. Intrigued, the author agrees to accept Leora's guidance. Together, they go through the author's past month's reflections. Leora distills the essence of the author's into three main tropes or facets. That's not what I expected. The seeker of connection, engagement with diverse people, the weaver of ideas, idea creation and dissemination, the balancer of realms, balancing personal visions with worldly responsibilities. That's great. I like that. Huh. Week 2. And then does she literally just spend a week on each one? Laura advised the author to schedule weekly virtual tea sessions with diverse individuals, opening channels for meaningful conversations. Using an AI tool, they craft personalized invitations that resonate deeply with each recipient. The result is a heartwarming mixture of shared stories, insights, and potential collaboration. That's what the colony is! Oh my goodness. Leora also introduces the author to an online community of dreamers and visionaries. This becomes a haven for the author to find like minded souls. Wow. I'm kind of blown away by this. The Seeker of Connection. Leora advises the author to schedule a weekly virtual tea session. Oh, I just read that. Week 3. Recognizing the author's desire to share ideas, Leora proposes a two-pronged approach. Create a digital moon journal. What? For ideation and organized bi-weekly live streamed brainstorming sessions. That's kind of a neat idea. The Moon Journal is no ordinary diary. It uses AI to. No, that's. Okay. I don't want AI in this. The live streams are a hit. They become a space where the author can ideate in real time to an audience, adding their insight, leading to rich collaborative outputs. That's eerily kind of like what I'm doing right now, except there's no one watching. Uh, The week focuses on finding the balance between personal vision and work obligations. Lunar phases planning. Each phase of the moon becomes a metaphor for a stage and a project from idea to execution, blah, blah. On the last night, with a full moon beaming down, Leora prepares to depart. They share a heartfelt goodbye. The author, grateful for the clarity, as Laurie ascends. She leaves behind a small moonstone pendant. I need a moonstone pendant. Why don't I have a moonstone pendant? Ugh. Oh, there's someone in here. Hey, Jess. Let's just pop in. There was like a window hold over that thing, so I couldn't see that anyone was in here. Yeah, like I'm trying some novel ways of getting the AI to as a sounding board for of what I'm trying to think, and also entertaining myself at the same time, so it's less like soul crushing. Um, I want a moonstone pendant. What is a moonstone? A reminder for the author that she has the power to illuminate her path no matter the challenges. That sounds amazing. Oh, I'm so I am very excited now by this whole thing. Which reminds me that the writing of stories is like super important to me. I need to add that to this. Um, I'm going to modify this prompt and say the author does not. Let's see. That's like as the author does not. This is gonna be totally a lie. Does not like I totally crutching with AI as a creative device, although I'm totally like doing that right now. Remove references to AI and substitute with a contemporary piece of analog equipment, just to give it some process or process that does not use a smartphone, computer, or software. Ideally, there's something else I wanted to do. We don't want AI. We don't use AI in here. But we want to emphasize something else. I can't recall what it is. So let's just see what comes out of this. It's regenerating the whole thing. That's interesting. So the first part seems the same. It's eerie how the skills and abilities match. Okay, it's changing. This has changed a little bit. Oh, it just says Oracle Encyclopedia Trance Dream. I'm not sure what that is in reference to, but I've worked with leaders and kings, and that cracks me up. I want a melee or a ability to uncanny design or talent for organization, proficiency in crafting intricate handwritten letters and drawings. I guess I asked for that. Whimsical is I use whimsical for that now, and typesetting software. But I want it to feel more, analog. Me a dream introduces and explains the mission. Laura's guidance. These look the same. Using beautiful parchment and an array of inks, they craft personalized invitations that resonate deeply with each recipient. The result is a heartwarming mixture of shared stories, insights, and potential collaborations. So maybe the thing should be kind of an ink club, or like there is a stationary cult like club that we have on the Discord. An exclusive club of dreamers and visionaries. That's kind of what the colony is supposed to be, anyway. It just says Oracle Encyclopedia as an alternative for AI references. Mm-hmm. Now, recognizing that authors desire to share ideas, prong approach. This Moon Journal thing is. Oh, in this case, so ChatGPT substituted the removal of AI with special paper that magically reacts to touch to highlight patterns and suggest connections. Um, Actually, that is a function of the author. That is what an author does. Um, so brainstorming sessions held under open skies and amidst nature. Bouncer realms, commitments, artistic calendar. So it's kind of just ChatGPT has like just replaced text that matches the prompt where the AI references were. Um, I can imagine the sources where that came from. So I think the next thing I might do, and I'm just having fun, is what happens if you take all the magic and mystical stuff out? What are you left with? What is that? What does that story look like? So like I find this whole idea highly appealing. Um but like now I'm naturally wondering what the opposite of this might look like. So I'm wondering how would I prompt that as the opposite thing? Um okay. Let's tell this. Imagine a parallel universe to the one that the fictional character of what was her name? The Moon Envoy. That is more traditional, process oriented, um, unquestioning of authority. And with great, with the pressure to conform to expectations of others over all. The author is transported to this parallel universe and engages with us with a consultant. Let's make it an expensive consultant that provides what they think the same services provides the same services as the Moon Envoy had. Give this consultant an appropriately themed name and generate the plot. And generate the fictional description and a plot covering the same 4-week period of time. I wonder what will happen. Reginald Starling, early 50s, crisply dressed in a tailored 3-piece suit, clean shaven. Isn't Starling the name of something from a fanfic or something? Or it's probably some character. Stellar Consultations are known for its rigor, traditional methodologies, and insistence on order and conformity. Interesting. Astute observational powers that notice the slightest nonconformities. Mastery over traditional tools like ledgers, quills, and sand hourglasses. Encyclopedic memory of social norms and the methodologies to enforce them. Yee. Expertise in networking with the highest echelons of authority. Ugh. I mean, what is this? I don't think this is really the social climber, the social traditionalist, the dutiful delegate. Ugh, this is terrifying. I'm literally kind of sweating from this. Uh, but this is less useful for my needs. Oh, okay, this is interesting. So actually, the suggestions. So week 2, the social climber, formal dinners with key figures and various societal pillars. Given lessons on etiquette, the right topics of conversation, the art of subtle flattery, letters of intent for partnerships and ventures using the finest stages, sealed with the Starling family seal. And then you get on guest lists for several elite gatherings. The thoughtful traditionalists. Penning articles for prestigious journals and newspapers that echo the prevalent sentiments of society. Ugh, this sounds awful. I mean, it's funny, but it's also awful. Uh, the importance of fulfilling societal roles and responsibilities. Hour by hour schedule. As the month concludes, the author, although overwhelmed by the rigidity, appreciates the newfound status and order Reginald's guidance has granted. Ugh. The author, her perspective transforms, steps into the world, ready to play a role in this parallel with a heavy heart. Yeah. That's interesting that ChatGPT picked up that the author would find this overwhelming and kind of and depressing. Huh. That's really interesting. All right. What time is it now? Let me look at let me look back at where we were on this thing. Finding the key takeaways. 7:45 start is now 8:23. It's been about 45 minutes. Uh, let's see. I think we're still in the key takeaways section right now. But what I'm going to do now is create the report. Um, so I have a command here: Garten new GHDR report. Oops. Is that not right? No, it's just Garten reports, and this will create like a 99 thing, and it'll put in the right directory. And let's copy the format from this. Just supposed to put the thing up there. Oh, it doesn't do that because like these can also be on non GHDR days. So I've created this starting point here to do the actual thinking in. And having read that previous Chat GPG generated story stuff, which was entertaining and exciting, now I'm going to kind of let it sort of linger and reread what I originally wrote on this side here. Um, there were a few important things I did with the actual prompt, which I am going to go and extract because the prompt is what my thinking is. Let's see. Let's see. So here's a prompt. And what's another prompt? Here's another prompt. What else did I prompt? I put some stuff at the top of the, and then this is another prompt. So these are my starting questions. Um, and then there's the things I actually did. So let me restart reviewing what this is, and I think I can safely say that I'm now into synthesis. Um, I'm going to rewrite this to be synthesized takeaways. Let's see. Let's see. Sounding board with Chat GPT-4. Ended. Let's call it ending at 8:30. And started 8:30. Okay. Let's throw that up there, so that should update the thingamabob. I'm gonna chew on my rib thing. Let's see what's going on. Mm. Let me reread what I wrote. Engaging with more people from more sources. Separating the value project into two independent benefits. Balance this need for my preconditions with work obligations that don't provide those requirements. In my monthly review, what was important to me? Last month, did I achieve any meaningful progress? What tasks were prioritized? And then I think, what got done? I think that's another thing. Kind of wish I had some sort of voice entry thing. Because what got done? And then I hypothesized. This is not as useful. But there were some interesting ideas from there, if I recall. I'll go and scan through those after I finish gnawing on this thing. It's kind of really good. No! All right. Let's move this over. Wait. I would say that using ChatGPT for the sounding board stuff has saved me probably about 20 hours. Ordinarily, it would have taken me 3 or 4 days to work through all of this stuff by myself, forcing myself to reread, rewrite, take a long nap, go for a walk, read something. Because I don't like reading my old work, and it takes quite a lot out of me to do like an in-depth review. So this is actually pretty. Yeah, it's an unexpected time saver. Um, so now the challenge is to create an original perspective piece from this. So let me go back to there were some things that came out of here that were good turns of phrase. Let's see if I can find it. I mean, a lot of this is just repeating stuff that I said. Um, the envoy things, these are kind of interesting. I mean, the idea of the envoy is a cool one that I like. Um, mediator, empath, masker persona. This is actually an interesting note. It's an amalgamation. Did I include this part? Yeah, I did. Okay, this was interesting, I think. That's not quite right. That's not quite. And so here's the insights. That's just stuff I just wrote myself. This is stuff I wrote. Bounce. Stuff I wrote. What was that line that I thought was cool? This was what was cool. So ChatGPT said, ChatGPT class equals GHDR info. Oops, that's not right. It's how's the word again? Liquid. That's right. Let's see what this looks like. Back to Garten. And this should be in GHDR 2023-0909. Okay, that's the draft. Oops. Sick. I should move this to. GPT synthesis. Engaging in some silly formatting. Uh, and so those are just interesting ideas, I think, to me. Oops, screwing this up. No, that's not what I wanted. Okay, there we go. This was. I'm putting this part in here as kind of a thought provoker. So here we have this idea of the moon envoy. I would describe this as the need. And so the elements of the need are, let's see. I'm going to ask ChatGPT something here. So what I want to do is I want to fold in the autism, ATS, ASD elements into that. Previously, you made this observation. Uh, um, how does this observation change when also considering the author's stated traits related to combination autism plus ADHD? I'm just curious to see what this says. It certainly enriches our understanding of the constructs. Oh, interesting. It's actually trying to add stuff to it. Hyperfocus creative. These are all standard things. Hmm. What on earth is this song? It's assuming J mode is in depth persona stuff, which I guess might be correct. Challenges, impulsivity and challenges, structured and logical, and J might find these traits conflicting. You may struggle when they appear. Sri is INFP mode, so deep sense of empathy and loyalty to their principles, which is true, aligning with the INFP's value-driven approach to life. Yes. The intense focus on specific interests or special interests might align with passion for chosen causes. It's an interesting premise or proposition. Or we are sensitive, misunderstandings, yes. The mediator and mask, autism and empathy. This is actually surprisingly correct. While people with autism may process and express empathy differently, they can have profound empathic experiences. The empath might be the tool the author uses to navigate the complexities of understanding and processing emotions in her own unique way. ADHD and the mask persona. Given societal pressures to conform and frequent misunderstandings about ADHD behaviors, the mask might be a coping mechanism. Yep. That's interesting. This doesn't seem like a clean integration that fits me. I think this is an interesting summary paragraph. In light, the dynamic between Sri and Dave become more multifaceted. Well, Dave may represent the structured, goal-oriented side. Sri might represent the deep emotional and empathic core, which is something I've always thought. Uh, yeah, the dance between symbolize the author's journey of self-understanding, amidst the complexities of neurodiversity. There was a thought I had related to this. And so let's test ChatGPT's ability to synthesize an actual idea, which I don't think it'll be able to do. Is is the Moon Envoy construct intended to be the fusion of Dave and Sri? What do they call them? Personas? Given the author's inputs in this session, or is it not a conscious, um, consciously presented idea? I don't think this. Is ChatGPT able to even process this? Based on the provided information, the Moon Envoy was not explicitly presented as a fusion of Dave and Sri. The Moon Envoy was introduced as a construct to help design tasks and strategies in line with the. That's actually really good. How did it do that? It was characterized by the combined ancient wisdom for. Well, okay, now I was making shit up. Ancient wisdom, in addition to leveraging artifacts for progress tracking. That's combining the stuff it did with the whole Moon Envoy story. However, there's room for interpretation. The Moon Envoy could be seen as a symbolic fusion or equilibrium of Dave and Street. What Dave is blah 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 blah. Yet the author did not specifically denote this fusion. It remains speculative. However, literature blah 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 blah. So, I mean, it certainly knows how to hedge. Um, but this does confirm this is a new area of consideration for me. Um, what I want to do is make a note of this. And so I have this construct theory page. The Moon Envoy isn't here, is she? It's not Envoy of the Moon, it's the Moon Envoy. No, I think I called it Envoy of the Moon before because that sounded cooler. Envoy of the Moon. Possibly the fusion of Dave and three constructs that takes. All right, so that's enough of that. So let's go to Envoy the Moon, the Envoy the Moon page. And I'll add this at the bottom. Possibly Chat GPT Inc. Sounding Dave and Sri context could map to int J and INFP personality traits, as well as autism and GHD and autism traits. Dave, int J, ADHD, 3, INFP, ASD. This was produced when asking. I don't think the mapping works like that because the constructs but certainly the Moon Envoy of the Moon is the combination of all these traits with respect to a chosen role. To be the ambassador of an important ideal, of important ideals that are closely tied to um, my INFP tendencies and served by my int J skills and analysis. To seek meaning and empathic connection. Of important ideals. These ideals expressed in ideas like the tribe. Let's see, is that trope? Trope. The tribe. And the colony. Is that a? The colony is, these are both in trope. The colony. Okay. So that's good. So I'm kind of working a couple different things at the same time here. One of them is I'm refining my understanding of my own model for doing things, and I'm also trying to do my Groundhog Day Resolutions report. Okay, so what do we have here? The format is, this is the format. What was important last month? Let me write that as what happened last month. And then there was what got done that promotes the goals. And let's see, I think that there's also a recap the yearly goals and last month's goals. Then what happened last month, and what you're comparing, and then what got done. Let's say what happened last month in progress, and then there is what to do next. Usually there's also an insight part of the report. The format, recap the year. I guess this might be a two-part. What happened last month? Let's say this is a reflection. I'll say this. What happened last month? Notable achievements, let's call it. So this is like the list of tangible accomplishments. And what happened last month reflection, this is the list of insights. And then what to do next. The next list of accomplishments to focus on the modifications or the adjustments, let's say. Adjustments to priority, or to goal, to method, goals, due to insights. I mean, I'm going to add another thing. Problems. Um, Trying to get more concrete. Staying. Avoiding repeat of errors or those sleep errors. Concrete. Staying emotionally balanced. Stratagems. Stratagems spelled S-T-R-A-T-E or A? I think it's A. No, that can't be right. Okay, so, and then the rest of this stuff is just kind of notes, which, okay. Right, so, that's the wrong thing. To the next. So this is the format I think I can start to write. So let me, before I switch to the next task, let me just make a list. I'm just literally writing an outline. Why is my chair so uncomfortable? So I should have boilerplate for this recap of the yearly goals. Let me see if I have one from last month. To recap, I also had these. We'll talk about energy mismatches. These are the last month's goals, or those are what I started with. So that's not quite what I was looking for. At the end of it, what did I say? These are the revised goals. But I'm missing the greater context here. There is a context statement that I think I'm supposed to have. Let's make that's last month's goals. That didn't change. This was the key. I don't think I really did anything on that. So then in the overall strategy, let's look at 07. The month before, I might have written more about that. And these are the original ones. And there was another set. Month goals, year goals. I'm going to rewrite this as creative independence through software development and selling products online. Oops. Next, build a community for So flipping this around, building community is more of a motivational thing. As I describe it as this is more of a happiness goal or a fulfillment goal. Um, create conditions for fulfilling life. I actually don't have an entry on this. By building a community of like minded, and let's see. This is more of the last one. Increase personal productivity through continued observation of what works, doesn't work for me, and building better habits. This is more of a, I would say it's a find my own path description. An eye toward financial security. This is, and to fund interesting projects. Fund myself. Take care of myself and have the resources to fund interesting projects. The community and the accompanying infrastructure and culture. Spread. How do I rewrite this? Let's see. This last one is defining a new path. Maybe find find effective personal path to, that's not quite right. There's like this is really about being about more finding what works for me. Let's call it that for now. And finding, oh, finding the best version of myself. I think I might have something on that. Maybe not. These are new ideas that are not in my knowledge base. Understand values and how to communicate them. How to live. Be a beacon and catalyst of possibility. I mean, these are all super important to me. I don't think I've ever actually, until recently, I didn't know that this was something that I actually wanted to do. Which reminds me of something else that I wrote about, which is about my definition of what love was. Let me see if I can find that. Um, I mean, let's create this thing. This is a squirk, and it's like best version of me. Garten, new squirk, best version of me. Best version of, maybe we should just call it Sri. Oh, me. I'm copying and pasting this stuff. These are very well, I guess they're not really private thoughts, but they're thoughts that I think underlie the reason why I want to be the best version of me. This statement seems important. These are raw notes. And I want to exclude this from, what is this? Okay. I want to exclude this from the index. Create conditions for fulfilling life. What should I call this? Oh, it should probably not be a squirk. Oh, actually, it is a squirk. What would I call this? There is something that's similar to this. The Balloon Tribe, the Four Agreements, the Public Square. What is it called when you want to build a place that enables a certain kind of positive development? That isn't a cult. What do you call that? What do you call that? 9 o'clock right now. I don't know what this is called. What is it called? I don't like the way this sounds. Create conditions for fulfilling life. What is this called? Community. This maybe best is the thing. Help best version of me, best context for me. Let's call it that. At least it has a sort of a pattern to it. Context, new, squirk, best pattern or best context for me. Oops. Use squirk. Because I don't like that leading dash. Best contexts for me. I call that was 3. I'm going to rename these so they are, say, 3. Best contexts. Best. I'll call this best 3. And so now I need to change. Close that. Close that. Close that. Close that. Close that. Where's my thing? Here, 9. Best context. Squirt. Best context 3. Best version 3. Or to call it that. And then best context. Oops. So these are in squirk because they are 3 quirks. All right, I think that works. And best context 3. For a healthy 3. For a healthy and happy 3. Best versions of A3. Is context the right word, or is environs better? Retreat. Oh, that's a good word. Just said retreat. A place where people. I forgot what I said. I had described it as a sanctuary before, with elements of a nursery. There was a mystical name I had come up with it. I forgot what it was though. Let's see. I'm checking things. So these are, I've captured some raw notes from the thinking. And best context 3. I gotta change the environs. Those contexts. I use the word context so much. Environs is more like more describing the location. Okay. And where does this get us? I think I need to take another bio break real quick. I'm just gonna get something to gnaw on because I'm getting hungry again. I probably need to take some meds too. So I will be back at 9:15. Let me first update this. Bio break back at 9:15 p.m. There's a clock on the screen, so that should work. Let me also update this. We did the sounding board stuff here. We're synthesizing takeaways, and we're still going on this. And it's been 30 minutes. So the hard part was all this stuff. I want to look at the photos and timesheets soon. So I've also started to structure the presentation, but not really. I'm just kind of filling things in. So I'll leave that as such. I'll push this up so it should appear on the right side. Hopefully. Is it doing anything? It does take a little bit of a while to update. Yeah, it updated here. That's good. Looks like it's probably up. I think there's like a 30-second delay or something like that. I should make a little graphic that says bio break. This is the first time I'm actually using this technique. We can do this div style equals. I wonder if this will work. Pass the. I don't think this is going to work. I'm trying something sneaky. I don't think it did anything. Mm. Oh, I kind of did do something. Sort of. It's actually not coming out on the stream though. Oh, because that's pulling from the browser source. That's why. I need to modify the way that this works though. That is promising though. Let's undo what I did. Oh, I guess I could do it here. Div style is equal to opacity. Let's make that 25%. And let's shove it at the bottom here. And let's go in tasks up. Someday I'll have a real user interface for all this stuff. Someday. Let's see if this updates. Oh, it did. Nice. I'm screwing around with this. Try to format so the bio break thing is. It's not. It doesn't seem to be updating. Oh, what happened? No. Did I stall this? All right, so it says I dimmed out the rest of the stuff, so now it's going. But now, it's almost 9:15, so I'm gonna make this 9:20 p.m. So I was time goofing around with the thing. Although it's still not updating on the. Is the stream risk really? Oh, it's all the way. It's way far. Okay, there we go. For some reason, the stream that I'm monitoring, it was like super behind on the update. So now it looks bio break back at 9:20 p.m. It should say. Okay, I think that's going to update. So I'm just going to be. I'll be right back. Back with a minute to spare. It's updating this thing. This is weird looking. I checked on my country style smoked pork ribs, and they have hit temp at 199 degrees Fahrenheit after I wrapped them up in tinfoil to crutch them. And that means they also retained what moisture they had at that point. So I'm hopeful those are really good. Although I have promised them to other people, like a fool, the fool that I am. But hopefully they like them. And if this worked out, if they like it, then this is something that's very easy and cheap to reproduce. So that's good to know. I wonder if that counts for my Groundhog Day resolutions. Anyway, let's see. Let's see where we are. So according to this, where is the thing? Oh, let me go back to ARC. So here's like we just finished. We're still on the takeaways, synthesized takeaways. Am I done with this? No, I actually don't think I've finished doing that. I was kind of in structural presentation. So let's finish up the synthesize whatchamacallit things. All right, so what am I saying? What are the takeaways? Let's see. I mean, what are my takeaways for the month? Kind of got stuck on the this is like the general goals. Restatement. The takeaways from last month. Are I didn't do. I didn't mindfully do any of the goals I set at the end of August or end of July. At the previous reporting period. But I had picked things that were on my mind and aligned overall with the, not the goals, but I would say the criteria I identified at the beginning of the year with regards to, or for rather, or the beginning of GHDR 2023. Creative independence, Um, best environment. Best version of, it's not so much the best environment of, it's not so much the best version of Sri as it is the best version of Sri and Sri's life, really. Maybe it's the best path for Sri. And instead of being the best environment, maybe it is the best conditions. Um, best preparation. Maybe that's what it is. So I feel this is important for something I'm trying to figure out. The best prep, creative, best prep, best path. Although it's not so much a path. I don't like the idea of path though, because path seems to be an A to B thing, or it implies that they're on a route, where it's not so much of a route as it is a more of a connection or more of a how would I describe it? So, building a community of like minded people and the accompanying infrastructure and cultural values that can spread. In fact, wait, this is the same sentence here. Would I screw this up? Courage for fulfilling in life. Best environment 3. Best version. I think I need to rethink this, but maybe it'll come out when. No, no, I should work on this now. What is the path? This is why this takes 20 hours to write. Um, we have created in pencils, it's just sort of living. That's the social interface, and then there is like understanding myself, um, understanding what makes me tick. The best operating procedures for Sri. Let's see, creative independence. I mean, I guess they're all kind of interrelated. And then there is the best environment or the best way to adapt, best terrain, choosing the best environment for effective streeting. Or best habitat for Sri. I think that's, in fact, what we're going to call it. I could call this best practices for Sri. And for instead of choosing, it is developing the best habitat for free. Right, for creative independence. I think I'm going to call it these things. Drive for creative independence is a term that reminds me of persistent drive for autonomy, aka PDA, which is said to be an autism neurotype. characterized by not wanting to do things for no reason other than you don't want to do it. But it's been recast. It used to be called not in the U.S. because this is not clinical diagnostic here, but outside of the U.S., PDA or was it persistent pathological demand avoidance? I think is the term it's called, and then the renamed version that is used by self advocates is a persistent drive for autonomy. I don't think either of them really fit me. The idea that one wants to do things their own way is an aspect of it. But the other aspect, the debilitating aspect, is that sometimes you can't even do the things that you want to do just because you're telling yourself you have to do it. It's like an automatic, like, I don't want to. And I never used this is a relatively new term to me. I had called it the lizard brain. And I think the difference too with that is the lizard brain is a separation of that part of me that doesn't want to do anything away from the core three ness of everything. Whereas I think PDA that's integrated into the sense of self. My sense of self has been fractured into multiple constructs and facets. And therefore, when I think of the best version of me, I'm thinking of the part independent of those things, but still has to manage them. And so I don't actually take responsibility for any of the lizards or anything like that. I know they're around there. I mean, it's like you just can't get rid of them. It's like having a house in the tropics. You can't get rid of geckos. They're gonna live there. The giant spiders are gonna be there. You might as well just get along with them. Um, so again, looking back at this, I don't know if this is even legible. So it says the, the drive for creative independence, understanding best practices, developing the best habitat. Um, I'm going to take out these words because that sounds a little bit like processy or methodology or dogmatic, or I forget what the word is. It's something like that. Instead of driving for, I'm going to say like achieving. Uh, and I think these are all aspirational. Finding, researching, finding best habitats for Surrey. Okay, so I'm going to rename these things yet again. So best environs is going to become. Uh, oops. I think it's habitats. It was like the Sri is a mysterious creature. Best habitats Sri, and best version of Sri is uh, best best care. Caring. What's another word for caring? Because I caring for Sris, self care. Still, let's call it best self care. Sri. Best. And where'd it go? That's best self care. Three, and then it's best. Oh wait, is the other one best habitats? I think I might screw this up. Best habitats is community. Best self care. I mean, this is so none of these are like ready for actual sharing, but I'm sticking them as a PKMS now. Hello. Oops, it's the wrong thing. Let's go back here. Yeah, so they're still on the site, but they're just not listed. You'd have to know the URL. Oh, it did actually name. I actually didn't rename these. This habitats for 3. And also just kind of amused. I'm amused by this. Like some sort of weird exotic creature. Which I am. I have been hit with a lot of diversity sticks, I guess. Let's see. Starting to lose focus, unfortunately. I want to finish this tonight. May not get that far. In fact, how long has it been? It's been like 4 hours. I started this around 6, I think. It's almost 10. We'll go to 10 and then I think that's long enough to spend on this, and I'll pick this up tomorrow. But we'll see. This is a working thing. How to rewrite that. Month goals in context with this mission statement. This is with engage. Okay, so there are some big things, and I'll stick this under insights. Engagement ideas decoupled from blanking. I can feel my mind starting to go. Ideas decoupled from products. There were things about like self-love. That sounds gross. Like love. What is love? And am I capable of it? That was on my mind. Being engaging is kind of related. Yeah, so all of these are kind of a related bunch of things. Being engaging to others. And this is important because it's about attracting the right kinds of compatible energy. Compatible, like the kind of energy that produces something nice or something good, something positively constructive, compatible, constructive energy. And it has to with the right criteria for the Moon Envoy. I think Moon Envoy is probably the Moon Envoy is an amalgamation of did I spell it right? I guess I did spell it. Amalgamation of NJ, INFP, ASD, and ADHD. Traits. That is, or that has chosen to actively be an ambassador for a particular way of life. Described by creative independence, No, this is actually maybe this is the thing. Self care, and by self care isn't quite the right word because it's kind of self care for optimizing good things. Best support environment. I'm gonna read this thing. So that's not self care. What would I call it? It's what did I say before? Self care related to maximizing positive possibilities. Uh, Optimal experience, excellence, something like that. Maybe I'll just like, is it optimal experience instead of self care? Excellence. I mean, these are all important. Um, Creating excellence, like excellence as daily lived experience. It's notes on love. I mean, self care doesn't really describe this because I think that's really more of a personal thing. This idea, because it's not just about me, but about the broader community of relationships that I maintain for mutual self care and support toward our aspirations. What is that called? I don't know. So the Moon Envoy is an amalgamation of these traits. That's what I got from the ChatGPT thing, and I think there's something to it. Um, Engaging with love. This is maybe not such a. This might not be as important. I don't think this needs to be part of the report. Um, Specifically, if I look at the goals, drafting mission statement, um, most of the activities on the monthly list were related to bringing about the Moon Envoy's mission, which makes sense because that was the overall mission of the colony, which makes sense given colony initiative at the beginning of the year. The only other one was doing work responsibilities, and making sure I built in my accommodations into its expectations and sense of loyalty, sense of and scope of actions I felt beholden to, try to reduce anxiety and overwork, retaining mental requirements for conversation and stimulation without within the constraints of the working relationship and budgets. And so I'm going to can the stuff about the engagement stuff. Engaging others, that's a separate issue that doesn't need to be discussed in the report. And so now I'm going to close off that element here. We started at 8:30. It's like 9:45. Well, it took longer than I thought. 9:45 p.m. Did I really start that with? I guess I am also structuring the report too, so I'm doing two things at once. I guess. What happened here? Ended. And so we're kind of getting into the last bit of things, as far as data collection and note taking goes. So I think I can finish this by 10, and then tomorrow, I can post the report maybe a little bit later, or wait till Monday if I need time to proofread it. At least I'm doing it on the 9th. I think that's all I need to hold myself to. This is less of a public performance piece, the GHDR stuff, as it is a commitment to keeping track of what I'm doing. And I guess I'm taking advantage of not being an active uh, media creator of any kind these days, or being too concerned about an audience that I have to, maintain a certain level of engagement. So, YouTube pays my advertising, whatever. We're not at that stage yet. I mean, that would be a great creative independence goal, but it's certainly not a thing right now. Why make things hard for myself right now? I'm still figuring things out. But let's take a quick look through photos and posts. So here is I'm opening up Lightroom. I am going to synchronize my camera folder. I probably need to make sure that the folder itself is synchronized. Where is that? Dropbox. It doesn't automatically do this anymore. Backing up. How many files is it backing up? It's not telling me for some reason. 75 photos. So while that's happening, maybe I should just open Excel. Oops, wrong place. And let me go and check my timesheets. 68 files have been uploaded. Where did it go? It's over here. So I don't know if people know what I'm working on these days, but for billable work, I've been doing NSF grant software development for researchers in the learning sciences through my cousin Ben. Like I've been doing this stuff with them since 2007 on and off. Real time, interactive, graphic-y kind of things. It's nothing commercial quality, but still pretty cool. And also, like working with learning scientists is fun. Challenging but fun, given the constraints. So what I want to do is just look at what work did I get done since August 8th, basically. Here's July. Let's see. Modules. And let me just grab this note thing for now. I guess I don't need this. What is this? Add the tasks 1 to 5 prompts. Update the. Oh, this is probably need that. I think I actually have this backed up already, so I don't need that. I'm just making a list of things that module design prototype. Let's do this by week. So week 1, week 2. Week 2 looked like a bunch of design. These are also really low. I was very depressed during these weeks. I think. Was it this time that was? Looking at the hour count, it looks like it was because of that. In fact, the first 3 weeks look pretty low. First 2.5 weeks are very low on external communication and mental stimulation. During this, I had to write stories to myself just to keep engaged about the work. Week 3. Let's see, 1, 2, 3. We did do some cool like peer programming, peer coding on Gem Step script engine, and then there was a bunch of build system. Oh, that's right. Ugh, there was like a ton of janitorial code stuff. And that's pretty much it. And then there's a bunch of fighting fighting with JavaScript build systems, legacy. And that was a pain in the butt. And is still a pain in the butt. Oh, that's what happened there. Looks like my backup is done. So there's a little bit of stuff there. And I'm going to refresh my Lightroom photo collection, although I'm hoping there's no embarrassing things in here. I doubt there is. The most cringe-worthy thing is like sometimes I take pictures of outfits I'm playing with, trying to figure out what works for me, and I look terrible in them. I don't know. Like people might not know that I'm trans, so I am like figuring out how all that stuff works. Trying to figure out how do I present, how do I talk, and stuff like that. My voice is still my voice right now. It sounds awful, but it is an ongoing challenge to be more comfortable with myself. Is this done? I thought there was 70 pictures there. That doesn't look well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. Yeah, it's 71. Oh, there's 11 across here. So it's 66. Yeah, okay, that's all the pictures. But that's not all the pictures. How do I see all the camera uploads? And let me shrink that on this side. Oops. Does this not work? All right, so what do we have in terms of pictures that are interesting? Where's the grid? This is really wide. Can you shrink this? Oh, okay. Goes 10 across. So let's see. Where is. This is Okay, this is August 4th. Did I mention that? Where did I get these? Does it tell me the date somewhere? Okay, this is 8/4. These are all 8. Oh, what? Why isn't this updating? 8/5. I was making pizzas. I got these ghost pepper chips on the 6th. Took a picture of a sunflower. Oh, those this bee. Yay. Tried making pizzas on the 7th. It's the first time I've tried making pizzas in a while. That's maybe made a pizza. Made pizza and they were bad. How come this isn't working? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I can't. I forgot how to make it work. I was like not getting a really good. Is that a pear? Gross. What is this? What is this for? Oh, those. I think that was a phone malfunction. Remove photo. Delete from disk. Stop asking me that. Delete everywhere. Oh, my car wouldn't start. But I had good interaction with tow driver. Uh, what is going on with this? Why is this not? I cooked some things. I put these back into production. Oh no. Okay, these okay, that is something. ETP sticky pads. Back in production. I need to actually also my backyard edible plant garden. What the hell is that? There's a scrabbling noise up there. What? Are there rats? Are there rats up here? How would they even get there? I wonder if I should go check that out. I'm not sure if it was in the. It sounded like it was in my ceiling. I did leave the smoker open. Maybe it smells like food. I don't think a raccoon would jump on my deck. Very mysterious. Anyway, let's going back. What are these? I did make curry. Saw these cool vegetables. This might be a good picture for the whatchamacallit, the title picture. What are these? This was some manga thing I was looking at, I think, about one need not be alone to stand alone, which I thought was cool. And also there was this pretzel. And I finally got to cook some eggplants. So they're still not cooked. There is a bunch of hot sauces posted to our hot sauce thread on Discord. And I was kind of dismayed that Halloween is already here. This is where the Asian market used to be, and they finally tore down the building after it had burned down. Oh, that was a picture of fried chicken from the Taiwanese chicken place I sent to my cousin to make him jealous. I don't know what's going on with that. That's an accidental picture, I think. Let me delete it. Weird pickle marinade that I made. Oh yeah, I made these weird tacos out of leftovers. Which was like a chicken thigh and mixed up with some leftover salsa and some cut up pickles. There's a bird in this picture. Oops. Can you see it? Oh, yep. Oh, no, what happened? Stop. Where is it? Yeah, this is. I was going to post a picture of this to the Asian market owner. So I made like these eggplant things. There were these weird mushrooms that grew outside of my house. No idea what these were. Got a new shovel. That was very exciting. So I could plant these things in the thing. And there's these bushes nearby that I want to look at. This is my this was the experiment from earlier. I was like sharing the so that's it. So of these pictures, not a whole lot. So this is where the new image would go. That was last month's. That's a screenshot from No Man's Sky video game where you explored stuff. So let's go back to here. We looked at the timesheets. We looked at that. I don't think I looked at the main writing in Discord, but I'm not sure if I really need to. Let's take a look anyway. So we got this. Let's expandify this. And I'm going to look specifically for from me. Or it's not, it's user. There's a search work again. Has link before, during. Why is this so weird? Is it because I'm in streamer mode? Am I in the wrong place? Search. Oh, it's probably because like streamer mode's turned on. So that's not good. There's nothing. I could check my studio. I don't think I've ran it very recently though. Oh, okay, there is some stuff from August. So let's take a look at see what's in here. It's May. August 9, Groundhog Day Resolutions. Emotional dysregulation. That was something. And it's probably worth noting. Emotional dysregulation has been on my mind. I forgot about that. Emotional dysregulation. I don't know. That might not be something I need to write about, but I'll just stick it in there for now. Mitigations. Actually, some of this is useful because this this is related to the envoy moon thing. People respond to this. Interesting. All right, so at least I did make some progress on these things. And technically, I'm going to check all of these things off. Uh, Start 9:45 p.m. Ended 10. We'll call it 10 p.m. It's kind of like a little bit of a lie. That didn't take very long at all. And so we'll do this on Sunday. Okay. And hopefully finish it tomorrow. Although technically, I think I'm supposed to do some additional work because of scheduling issues, which I don't really want to do. But one thing I forgot is the 15-minute push stuff. I'll put that on the list of tangible. 15-minute push on the PDF maker. Positive interactions with expanded work resources, increasing comfort with identity or capabilities as a developer, as a certain kind of developer. Yeah, I think this is good. So what I can do is I'll need to force myself to reread all this stuff in the morning. So let me add this. Reread, clarify notes. From 9:9. Write the report posts, find a suitable graphic, and slogan. Okay, go in tasks up. And that should update over here. Eventually it will. Hello. It always takes a little while for it to kick in. There it goes. So that was 4 hours, which actually is not so bad. Like sometimes, like as I was saying before, it often takes me it's taken me up to 20 hours doing all the processing work that we did in about what 2 or 3 hours, just grabbing stuff, recalling what I was doing, and then just trying to figure out what the important part was. And ChatGPT 4 is a good sounding board for just looking at my own writing and asking questions about it, and then just getting some perspective that's outside of my head, and asking it to format things or assemble things in a way that is like less tedious. So that's been like the best part for me about things like ChatGPT, and it's also amusing too to see what ridiculous shit it comes up with. I feel a little bit bad about asking it to write me stories because I'm sure it's stealing text that it's seen. But it's not exactly stealing text. It is producing text with regards to statistical probabilities of things it has seen before. So it's not lifting sentences wholesale, but it is lifting probabilities based on chains of words, which is amazing when you think about it. But it still doesn't feel quite right to me. So that's it for today. Thanks for following on the live stream. If you've figured out where it was, I screwed up the link earlier, so no one saw this except for Jess in the chat room. Thanks, Jess. And I forgot what I was going to say. I guess that's it. I'll probably continue this tomorrow. I want to get back more in the habit of doing these kind of streams, and hopefully having more conversations with people and see where it goes. All right. Bye. Have a good night. Go try to post the link someplace. I have screen for this, I think. Is it this? Oh, yes, it's this. Bye. I need to fix that screen. Oh, that feature doesn't work anymore. I can't do that. I had to make a whole new different screen. No. 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 Now I gotta wait 10 seconds.